Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is departure day over here at AMS Live, standing at the Kaagbaan, runway 24. And already the first airplane was having an abnormality with the nose gear not retracting immediately. 777-200. And here is our next airplane. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hope everybody is doing well. An afternoon stream today. We had some rain in the morning, but all is well now. It is a bit windy. Wind is blowing from 250 degrees, so that is nearly headwind for the pilots taking off from this runway. Looking at the expected runway usage, I am hoping that in 1.5 hours from now we might see the Emirates A388 take off back to Dubai. Yesterday it was taking this runway to take off from, and so far the expected runway usage for this afternoon is the same as it was yesterday. Rowena, goedemiddag. Afrodite, goedemiddag. Jan, goedemiddag. Hans, goedemiddag. Olaf, goedemiddag. Good afternoon everybody. Paul, goedemiddag. Mr. Banana, hi. Peter, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Jason, good day my friend. I am doing well, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. I was already looking to see why there was a hold up, but there was a private jet that took off from runway 04. Missed that one. Hey Wilma, goedemiddag. Doing fine, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing better than yesterday. Ricardo, goedemiddag. Roadhog, good afternoon. Daniela, good afternoon. Who is checking in from the Czech Republic. The next airplane on its way, KLM flight 1713, Boeing 737-700, going to Porto in Portugal. This airplane 14 years old, its first flight October 2008. So the wind is coming from 250 degrees. The pilots taking off today, take off in the direction 240 degrees. Looking around, not much left of the rain that was falling in the morning. Has cleared up nicely. You can see some clouds in the distance, but it's not much. And the next airplane already on the go, an E2 Embraer 195. Going to Madrid, KLM flight 1703. Brand new airplane. Its first flight June this year. No time to waste. The next airplane already on the move, an Embraer 175 by the looks of it. Going to Palma de Mallorca, KLM flight 1679. 6-year-old airplane, first flight July 2017. In the meantime, Jens, Kay, good afternoon. Camille, good afternoon. Dave Smith, good afternoon, mate. Hope you're doing well. Patrick, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Where was I? I am running seriously behind in the chat. Apologies for that. Welcome one and all. It was expected that around 2 o'clock 18 left would also open for departures, but I somehow get the impression that this is still the only runway in use for departures. YouTube fan, good afternoon. Ado, good afternoon. Gosse, goedemiddag kerel. Evelien, goedemiddag. Captain Eddie Boscasil Jr., good evening mate. Paul Murphy, good afternoon. Aphrodite, goedemiddag. Leen, goedemiddag. Bisnowald, good afternoon. Alvin, good afternoon mate. Or evening already for you, I think. Right. Well, each time I scroll through the chat, it seems to be stuck. Someone sounding their horn further up. Right. Let's see. I think we have the second big bird. We already had a triple. This is the first Dreamliner by the looks of it. Air Canada, flight 901. Boeing 7878 going back to Montreal. 8-year-old airplane, first flight December 2014. Alrighty. Farhan, good afternoon, mate. All the other people, if I forgot anyone, apologies. What's that with Schiphol and it being so busy all of a sudden? I was setting up and there was hardly a plane taking off. I was beginning to have second thoughts. Did they close the runway? But why would they with the prevailing wind? But now they don't even give a brother the time to check all the messages. Anyway, as you guys can see, it is nice and sunny weather. It is windy, 15 knots of wind from 250 degrees, nearly head-on wind for planes taking off today. Temperature 22 degrees Celsius, so that is, what is it? 44, 74-ish Fahrenheit. In the distance we have an E2 Embraer 195 lined up. KLM flight 1623 going to Milan. This airplane is a year old. First flight was in February 2022. Man, it is back to back right now. This would be, I think this is KLM flight 1169 going to Helsinki, 737-800. Year-old airplane, first flight July 2000. Right, what's coming next? Let's have a look. A321neo Anadolu jet flying for Turkish, going to Istanbul. Turkish Airlines flight 7769. Brand new airplane, first flight October last year. Now A330 from Delta in the background. Well, now it is time for a few heavy hitters by the looks of it. So there's a Delta A330 ready to line up, and The color scheme reveals a 767 of Icelandair in the old livery that will follow it. Hopefully we'll also get to see one or two freighter departures. There are, as you can see by the number of tails, plenty still there. And now I do see that 18 left has also opened up. It is expected to last around 3. Now, hopefully they will close that runway before the departure of the Emirates A380. I think the expected time of departure was 3:20 p.m. But if this is now the first airplane taking off from 18 left, and the original expectation was that it was being used between 2 and 3, that might mean that the A380 will depart from 18 left after all, which would be a major bummer. This Delta Airlines flight 137 going to Detroit, A330-300. This is a 16-year-old airplane. First flight was in November 2006. Aphrodite informing us that the A380 has a little bit of delay compared to the expected or the planned time of departure. So that is hopeful. Next up, Icelandair flight 501, Boeing 767-300ER, going back to Reykjavik in Iceland. This airplane is 25 years old. First flight of this airplane was in October 1997. Hey there Christian. Herzlich willkommen and danke für die schönen Wörter. Hopefully the vibrations are not too distracting. I have the camera in its loose position now because I have to start following it. By fixating it when the camera is stationary, you can mitigate it somewhat, and when you're moving, the wind isn't affecting it so much because the movements are relatively quick. So I hope we can make it through the stream without having to resort to using image stabilizer. Oh, a little bit of wing fluff. Nice. Lovely. Thank you for the kind words, Lane. Well, at the moment, no new airplanes are coming to this runway just yet, but that does not mean there won't be more. I'm seeing a KLM 777 to, what is it, IAD Washington, alive on flight radar, so that is going to take off from this runway in all likelihood. There is a TUI Dreamliner Most of their destinations are to the west, I think. Well, we'll see. At the moment, the departure taking place from 18 left. So in the eventuality that the A380 will also take off from this runway, this is about what we can see of it. So still a relatively good view, though not as up close as would be the case over here. Would be nice if ATC allowed us a break. That is, what is it? Need to? Nah, just a regular one. There is some movement over there, but that looks like airplanes taxiing away from us. A super sticker and a super chat from Alvin. First, a super sticker with a yellow dog. Thank you so much for that, my friend. And then a shout out to my dog, Bear. Is that your dog's name? Who celebrates his 10th birthday tomorrow. So congratulations already, Alvin, with your dog's 10th birthday tomorrow. Have you gone and bought him a pie or doggy pie? A nice treat. In the meantime, another airplane snuck up on us and is ready to go. Embraer 190, flight number NA, destination Oslo. According to Flight Radar, this airplane 9 years old, first flight January 2014. Well, that sounds good, Alvin. A nice steak. And of course, in typical Aussie fashion, chuck it on the Barbie. Great, excellent. Get him a new toy as well. Well, wonderful. I'll have a toast on your dog tonight then, coming home after when I'm done streaming. Mr. Meister, good afternoon, mate. Watching the stream while planning a holiday in September. Well, that's always good to be doing, planning holidays. Hope all is well, Rick. Hope everybody is doing alright on this Saturday afternoon. Well, at least it is a Saturday afternoon over here. So, lots of planes on the south side on the cargo platform. The north side, however, is totally empty, or at least empty of devoid of airplanes. let's have a look. Hey! What do you know? Atlas Air has been pushed back. But it doesn't say its destination over here on flight radar. I'm checking, but not sure where it is going to. Shalom Eres, checking in from Tel Aviv. Hope all is well, mate. And John checking in from Canberra. Good evening, mate. Welcome one and all. Looking to see what this 747 is doing. Also a TUI on the move. Now that 747 is either going to cross runway 24 and continue taxiing to 18 left, or it is going to take off from this runway. If anybody knows where this airplane is going to, if I click on it on flight radar, it still says NA. Will it be going to Miami? Then it will be taking off from this runway. If it is going to, for instance, Baku or something, then we're not going to be so lucky to see it up close. Now on the platform, several planes are on the move with destinations west of Europe. These airplanes will probably take off from the Kaagbaan where I'm standing at. So I'm expecting it won't be long before a couple of interesting planes will be coming. So it is starting up. You can already see that the flaps are set to the takeoff configuration. So usually when the engines have started, they do a test of the controls, set the flaps and request to go taxi. So it is going to be moving anytime soon. Hey there Malaysia Airlines, good afternoon. Pieter, morgen. Right, Yillard, goedemiddag. Yillard says that Atlas Air is flying to Zaragoza, as did Fructu Tropical. Yeah, Zaragoza, Spain. That is more southwesterly of the Netherlands, so I think there's a slightly bigger chance of the Atlas Air taking off from runway 24 than from 18 left, but we'll have to see. In the meantime, over here we have a Coot. Let me switch to auto focus. Diving under. Oh, was that? What was it? Now, hard to focus the camera on it when things are obstructing the view. So far, I haven't seen any ducks here, but I did see a second coot also having lunch over here. Now the field of grass over here has been cut, nice and clean, but the sides of the water they haven't touched, so visibility in the water is a bit hampered by overgrowth. So far, coots are the only birds I've seen over here, but there is some activity further down or upstream. Although it is hard to make out what kind of birds these are. Alright, so Yillard informing us that there's also a Suparna Airlines taking off to China in a few minutes. Also a Turkish A330 will get pushed back, flying to Istanbul. That is a candidate for 18 left, I think. The 747 is on the move. Hey Thijs, goedemiddag. And Yorkshire Kite, thank you for your kind words, mate. Glad you're enjoying, hope everybody is. Have to sit through a little lull, but if you look on flight radar, on the platform, definitely a couple of big birds. Also with destinations to the United States, for instance. You can betcha that they will be taking off from this runway in a few minutes. Looks like our first candidate is already lining up. Another 777-200. KLM flight 651. Going to Washington. 777-200 ER, 19 years old. Its first flight was in September 2003. And that Atlas Air 747 is a 747-800. So expect, if it is coming this way, expect the Dreamliner sounds of the GE and X engines. Before that, 777 noises. The 200 going to Washington. Dreamliner from KLM to Mexico City is also approaching. As it is not yet moving significantly, let me fixate the camera because otherwise the vibrations are even worse. It is on the move now. All right. Maybe I do need to resort to using image stabilizer in a minute. Let me see after this departure how that looks. Hey there, Michael. Good to see you, mate. Merinha, bom dia. Paula, goedemiddag. Denise Bastos, bom dia. Now this does not look good. Atlas Air looking to continue its taxi to the wrong runway. E2 Embraer 195 will be next. Let me enable image stabilizer, see what difference it makes. It has reduced the vibrations significantly by the looks of it, even though I have the tripod fixated now, the locks on the pan and the tilt. Let me loosen those up. Still improvement, so okay. Hopefully the following will be smooth as well. E2 Embraer 195 going to NA according to Flight Radar. Not sure what's going on, but it won't say the destination. It is a 2-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March 2021. That it does say. Alright, Big Bird lined up in the distance. KLM flight 685, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner going to Mexico City. It is on the move already, and a 7-year-old airplane that had its first flight in April 2016. Alright, Atlas Air lining up on the other runway. Thanks for the heads up, Afrodite. I was having a look on Flight Radar, but I couldn't see it. Bit of a mystery airplane. Now that Delta A330 is also holding short before entering the runway, not sure why that is. Not seeing any activity of bird controllers as far as I can see over here, so doesn't look like a runway inspection is in progress, but who knows. Gives us a few minutes to hopefully also capture the departure of the Atlas Air, which has vanished from my flight radar, probably because of filters enabled. Hopefully no one at YouTube has pressed pause, as was the case yesterday when the connection fell away. Okay, now the Delta is moving. Still keeping a wide angle, hope to see the Atlas Air in the background, but what I do see in the meantime is a BizJet that took off from the Schiphol Oostbaan. Maybe that is why the... oh, and the focus is still on auto. Maybe that is the reason the A330 had to wait. Sort of parallel departures, of course. Right, well, now I'm hoping that the Atlas Air 747 will wait a few seconds. This is Delta Airlines Flight 145 going to Seattle. A330-300, 8 years old, first flight June 2015. Still no 747s in the background. Well, not sure how it comes across for you guys when you're watching this at home from a laptop or... hey! Also some condensation from the wingtips, or at least the right wingtip, winglet. But that did sound very loud. Okay, so Atlas not departed yet. Top Air Portugal going first, or was that from the Schiphol Oostbaan? All right, well, interesting. Aphrodite says that the Atlas is back on the radar, but I'm not seeing it yet. We'll just wait and see. Looks like there is. Is that one of those Global X2? Yeah, looks like it. Taking off. And gone again, yeah. Mystery plane Not sure what is going on over there. Obviously we cannot see and look around the corner. Are these airplanes coming this way? Hard to see. Might be the case. Think. Ah, there it is. Okay. 747-800. Long awaited. Rotating. It is the right time of day to see departures from this angle. The sun is nicely illuminating the liveries. That must be said. It must be said. Right, so this is KLM. Where is it? Seems a bit laggy today. Flight radar is a bit laggy, it seems like. If I'm not mistaken, this should be KLM flight 1115 going to Stockholm. 21 years old. First flight October 2001. Right, let's have a look. This should be a MAX 8 from Ryanair, flight 2421, going to Dublin, Ireland. The airplane 2 years old, first flight June 2021. Ah, some of the birds are coming closer by. Grebes by the looks of it, at least the one that dove under just now looks like a grebe. The one closest by still in the water, above water I should say, looks like a grebe. Hey. What are those further up? The second one is a coot. Not sure what the one in the center is, but so this should be KLM flight 1131 going to Copenhagen. Boeing 737-800. 23 years old. flight May 2000. And almost forgot. Thank you so much, Alvin, for that super sticker. Smiling face with hard eyes. Glorious indeed. Well, there are a couple of bitbirds coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. You can see them on flight radar. The pushed back Turkish A330, I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting that we can see it because it's going to Istanbul, so it's probably using 18 left. We are seeing Delta Airlines A330 to Boston, ready to line up. But I think no. Oh, it was already taking off. Dreamliner to Dubai. 787-10. Right. Delta Airlines flight 257, Airbus A330-300, destination Boston, Massachusetts. This airplane is 19 years old. Its first flight was in March 2004. And it is moving. So if you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live with me, Boy, and we are standing at the runway 24, the Kaagbaan. One of two runways still in use for departures. The wind is blowing from 250 degrees. The runway heading is 240 degrees, nearly headwind. At the moment, 18 left is also being used for departures. Until when? Well, probably between now and half an hour or so. And then it is expected that this will once again be the only runway used for departures. So it will be interesting to see when the Emirates A388 returns to Dubai. And if it is going to take off from this runway or not. We're all hoping it will, but you never know for sure. It is still Schiphol after all. Hey there, Mario. Good afternoon. Good to see you again, mate. Now, in the meantime, the Turkish A330 seems to be on the move. Just has been pushed back. Is now on the move. Given that it is going to Istanbul, it is likely to take off from 18 left. Unless, of course, they are closing that runway between now and a few minutes. That airplane in the background is not visible on flight radar as far as I can tell. So that is probably getting towed back to one of the gates from one of the maintenance hangars. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Ciao Luca! Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Hilton Lokite? Losit? Welcome, mate. Hey! Hey, what is going on? What is going on? What is this? Hey! Alright. Alright. Well, looks like we are going to see the departure of the Turkish A330 after all. That's a good sign. Nice. Does that mean that they closed 18 left already? That would be nice. Turkish Cargo, flight 6370, A330-200, destination Istanbul. This airplane is 10 years old and its first flight was in August 2012. Indeed, Alvin. I used to have a geography teacher in high school who would say, vraag niet hoe het kan, maar profiteer ervan. Don't ask how or why, just profit of it. Not really much of a nice saying when translated literally, but let's just enjoy the music. Now, in all honesty, I think this might indicate that 18 left has closed again. Otherwise, I really would have expected this airplane to take off from 18 left. So let's hope this is the beginning of another rush hour peak. Next up, E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1317 going to Bordeaux in France. The airplane 2 years old, first flight February 2021. Lights are going on and it is on the move. Now, despite having image stabilizer on when the camera is stationary and not, I don't have the locks of my tripod engaged, it is still bumpy. That's just the downside of the wind. Hey there, Peter PDK. Not sure if I already said hi, but if I didn't, good afternoon, mate. Hope all is well. Good to see you again. Hey, and there is also some activity over here. Looks like the arrival of a cargo plane. And in the meantime, the next airplane taking off. Lufthansa going to Frankfurt. Flight radar lagging, causing me to And good afternoon, JSEC, if I pronounce that properly. Hope everybody who just tuned in is doing well. Welcome to the show. If you're a first-time viewer, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A lot of knowledgeable people over here in the chat. Now, the next airplane turning onto the runway is another E2 Embraer 195. KLM Flight 1591 going to Bologna in Italy. The airplane is 1 year old. Its first flight was in November 2021. And it looks like all traffic so far that I can see moves to this runway once again to take off. So that is good news. Now hopefully the A380 will also do the same. Was expected to depart in 10 minutes from now, but it was expected to depart 15 minutes later, so 1:05. Which hopefully is still within the time frame that this is the only runway used for departures, so that we can see it up close and personal. YouTube fan says that the Orange Pride to Shanghai is scheduled 10 minutes behind Emirates. So how awesome would it be if we could see both take off from this runway, ladies and gentlemen? Fingers crossed. We'll soon find out. Right now, an Air France Airbus A220-300 is coming our way. Oh. What is going on here? Apologies for not following the airplane. I am checking something. Right, so that is working. Why is my phone almost drained? Huh, interesting. My camera, my phone is almost empty and it is charging, but it isn't filling, and it is at 15%, so I'm hoping that it will go up a little bit, but it was higher before I switched it on. Huh. Well, hopefully I can. Hopefully the battery will charge. Otherwise, I might have a problem with looking at flight radar. Right, Vueling, flight 6815, A319, going to Florence. 16-year-old airplane. First flight June 2007. Oh wait, it is climbing, now it is 16%. Maybe the cable wasn't attached properly. It was showing that it was charging, but well, let's hope it continues filling up. Transavia flight 5801 going to Tel Aviv, Boeing 737-800. 7 years old, first flight March 2016. Right. Well, already airborne, an A320 from British Airways going to London Heathrow, flight 435. Right, I think the issue was probably that the cable, the charging cable wasn't attached properly, because my battery is now going to 17%, so it does seem to be charging again, filling. Qatar Cargo 777 freighter going to Budapest. Again, not giving me a break to decently look at the chat or do some troubleshooting. A low cloud apparently. Anyway, this 777 was 3 years old. First flight was September 2019. Hey, pushback in the distance of a 747. Now, here it is. I saw that Aphrodite was so kind to gift 5 AMS Live memberships. Thank you so much for that, Aphrodite. Really appreciate it. And welcome to all new members to the AMS Live Aurora Sky Lounge. You can now use Duck Hunt Dog. And when the A380 comes later, the new livery tail, the ribbon tail, also at your disposal, amongst others. Right, KLM flight 1977 to Budapest, Boeing 737-800, 12-year-old airplane, first flight November 2010. I'm happy to say that it looks like there probably was a charging cable issue with my phone. It is now charging 18% and climbing, so probably the cable came undone. So I shouldn't be... Still beautiful weather over here, as you guys can see. This is looking to the south, this is looking to the west, this would be looking to the north. More clouds land inwards to the east, but still nice and doable. Over here on the north side of the cargo platform, you can see the unloading of the triple that has just arrived has begun. In the meantime, it looks like it will get a neighbor. Now on the south side of the runway, there's also a cargo parking place, if you will, with logistics companies, where we just saw this 747 getting pushed back. And in the meantime, another departure. From the Kaagbaan. Good by the looks of it. Looking at the white stripe over the beak in front of the head of the furthest removed. Emirates triple, getting a parking place more to the foreground, more closer by. That 747 has been pushed back, but at least to me isn't visible on flight radar. Not sure if you guys can see it. I still have only AMS outbound traffic filtered. Maybe that is the reason why. The next airplane is an A320 from Vueling going to Lisbon. Flight 8435, 10-year-old airplane, first flight May 2013. And there is a Norwegian lipstick plane, as some people label it, behind it, as you guys can see. Also it looked like there was a grumpy face, or presumably a grumpy face, on the back of the tail. Not sure if we'll be able to see much of it from over here, but we'll soon find out. Norwegian already on the move. Going to Copenhagen, 737 MAX 8. And a blank tail according to flight radar. So did I see it incorrectly then? Let's see. This MAX 8 is brand new. Began flying last month. So maybe it was still without a face on the tail, which it has gotten in the meantime. Right. .747 on the move. Next airplane coming this way, KLM flight 1147, Boeing 737-800, going to Oslo. 15-year-old airplane, first flight March 2008. Aphrodite is saying that Kaagbaan is still the only runway in use for departures. That is good news. 777 to Curaçao already visible. Is that A380 already alive? I'm not seeing it yet on flight radar. Alright, coming this way is KLM flight 1673, Boeing 737-800, going to Barcelona. 15-year-old airplane, first flight December 2007. Jean-Yves, mon ami, salut. Comment ça va? Now, ladies and gentlemen, the first queen of the day. Your timing is excellent, Jean-Yves. Incroyable. Ici, China Airlines Cargo flight 5546. Boeing 747-400 going to Bangkok. It is a 747-400 freighter. Its first flight was in July 2005. This airplane is 18 years old. Right, maybe you should lower the volume a little bit of the TV or computer. This might get loud. Let's get loud. No, I'm not going to sing. Behind me, Turkish A330 going to Istanbul, flight 1958, moving already. It is an A330-300, 9 years old, first flight October 2013. I really had hoped that as the rain this morning moved out of the country, the wind would subside, but it looks like it's only increasing in speed. Let me see if we have a moment where I can update the ticker with the latest meter, because I think that the wind has increased. Yeah, Alva, well, I know what I'm good at and I know what I'm not so good at, and singing is absolutely not one of my fortes, so just imagine Let's Get Loud from Jennifer Lopez when that airplane spools up and comes your way. Boeing 737-700 going to Venice, KLM flight 1655. Has to wait for a little bit of wake turbulence to dissipate, but that will happen soon enough with the wind. The airplane is 12 years old, first flight was in May 2011. A couple of triples are also standing there. Now the lights are on already. I am quickly going to the laptop. Let's see if we can do it. I think the meter is lagging a bit. Okay, so I did copy the meter, not yet able to paste it. Back to the controls. I understand the confusion, Alvin. It's easy to get confused. So again, the big picture, this is looking to the southwest, this is looking to the south, and this is the west, this would be the north, this would be the east. Still beautiful, gorgeous, summery weather, albeit a bit windy. Next up, a 777-300ER KLM flight 735 going to Willemstad in Curaçao. 2-year-old airplane. First flight January 2021. Let's go. If you like the sound of that, another 777 is coming. KLM flight 587, 777-200ER going to Lagos. 19-year-old airplane, first flight January 2004. Hey. That's not the Dakota, is it? It looks like it is, isn't it? It is. It is the DC-3 Dakota, 79 years old, from the Dutch Dakota Association, just taking off from runway, what is it, 22? Probably some people on board for a nice tour flight. Alright, cameo from the Dakota. Better visible against the cloudy backdrop. Now there is an airplane lined up on a run on the Kaagbaan, but it doesn't show on flight radar, so I'm not exactly sure what is coming our way. Looks like, oh wait, it is visible. Transavia flight 487, Boeing 737-800 going to Dalaman. 24 years old, this airplane, first flight May 1999. Now, where is the A380, ladies and gentlemen? If it is going to be very much later, we might risk not seeing it because they will reopen the other runway. Next up, Vueling A320 flight 3323 going to Ibiza. 16-year-old airplane, first flight November 2006. Right, this is Corendon Airlines flight 615, Boeing 737-800 going to Corfu. 11-year-old airplane, first flight November 2011. Aphrodite says that the Aalsmeerbaan has been opened up again. So that is not good news. That means that we are very likely not going to see the A380 up close. Mother. I'm hearing a coot, and I'm not seeing it. It is hidden from sight due to the overgrowth next to the water. Let me see if I can quickly paste the meter I just copied into the ticker, so you guys can at least have a look at the weather, supposed weather. Still 250 degrees, 14 knots it says. I'm not buying it. I think it might be a bit more in the meantime. Right. Well, there is another 747 that has been pushed back. Suparna Airlines going to Hefei. Now, as I'm looking on flight radar, it has disappeared from flight radar, but it was there just a minute ago. Not sure if we're going to see it. I'm also looking to see the A380 doesn't seem to be live on flight radar yet, so that is good news. Maybe it gets delayed even more till they close the Aalsmeerbaan once again. This is KLM flight 1181 Embraer 190 going to Linköping. Alright, some people have to go. If you're still around, thanks for joining and hope to see you all again soon. A330 to Edmonton. KLM flight 675, A330-200, 18 years old, first flight July 2005. So the next airplane looks like a Boeing 737-800 going to Bergen, KLM flight 1189. 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. In the meantime, the Suparna is on the move. Will be interesting to see where that airplane is taking off from. Suparna is allowed to fly over Russian airspace, so going to China, it is likely going to take the route over Siberia, which means flying to the north, which means that this runway is the most likely runway for it to take off, but I could be wrong, so we'll have to wait and see. But I am cautiously optimistic that we might see that 747 somewhere down the line. Now, as you guys could see in the background, there were also a couple of big birds ready to go. order these airplanes are going to take off, I don't know yet. If that 747 from Suparna is going to take off from the Kaagbaan. Not sure if all the planes standing on the other side go first or if they go round and round. Let's see. So the Suparna 747 is holding short. Oh, and two airplanes are lined up. Looks like an E2 Embraer 195. No, that isn't. Oh, they're both Embraer 190s. KLM flight 1931 going to Geneva. Embraer 190, 11 years old. First flight January 2012. Right. And there is the second Embraer 190 Air France hop going to Marseille as flight 1821. 4-year-old airplane, first flight December 2018. Dave says the 380 is pushing back, so that is good news. We will see it soon enough, although I'm not sure when. Truth be told, I haven't seen any departures from 18 left, even though Aphrodite was mentioning that it had reopened. Or I've been so concentrated on the traffic departing over here, but in practice, I don't see any other traffic taking off than the traffic from this runway. This is KLM flight 1643, another Embraer 190 going to Florence in Italy. Multitasking. 13 years old, this airplane, first flight August 2010. Sun shining from this angle, making it extremely difficult to see on my camera screen when the airplanes have taken off and have passed me. In that respect, it is more easy when the sun is not shining, but you won't hear me complain. Hey Peppy, servus! This is KLM flight 589 777-300 ER going to Accra. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight May 2016. Right, the next big bird is lined up already. If you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live with me, Boy. We're standing at the end of Kaagbaan, runway 0624. Today in use for departures as runway 24. At the moment it looks like it is the only runway in use for departures. The prevailing wind is from 250 degrees, 14 or 15 knots. That means mostly headwind. It is just over 20 degrees Celsius or in the mid 70s approximately Fahrenheit. This is Delta Airlines Flight 165 Airbus A380neo going to Minneapolis. She's 4 years old. Her first flight was in May 2019. Now we're anxiously waiting to see if the Emirates A380 back to Dubai will take off from this runway in a minute or so. Well, a couple of minutes. We are first going to see the second queen of the day. Or is it the third already? I think it is the second. Suparna Airlines Flight 87418 Boeing 747-400 going to Hefei in China. It is a 747-400 freighter, ER, 16 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in July 2007. This might get loud, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Alvin, for keeping count. Second one of this runway, the third one in total we've seen take off. Right, indeed, gone is the hearing of people using headphones, Max was saying. Rightly so. Now, if you still have eardrums left, the remainder of your hearing might get damaged from this departure. Airbus A380-200 going to Montreal, KLM Flight 671. 17-year-old airplane, first flight April 2006. Now, as you guys can see, this beautiful weather. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. And again, looking to the east approximately. Let's see, nothing going on the south side of the cargo platform. On the north side, both airplanes are still getting loaded and unloaded. Alright, the Orange Pride is going to 18 left, Daniel is saying. Where is it? That already, yeah. Okay, so let's stick around for the Orange Pride then, which is almost near the runway threshold. Oh wait, there's also a CRJ preceding it. Emirates A380 also looking to go that way. There is a CRJ preceding the Orange Pride. This is Transavia flight 923. Boeing 737-800 going to Antalya. Right, so there's still a CRJ on the runway on 18 left that is preceding, two airplanes preceding the Orange Pride, or is it? Has it? Where's the Orange Pride? I don't see it anymore. Oh wait, I do see it. Had to scroll further up. So Orange Pride and the Emirates A380 looking to go back to back, but two airplanes at least preceding it. And in the meantime, a Boeing 737-800 to London Heathrow taking off. KLM flight 1021. 22-year-old airplane. So it looks like the Orange Pride is going to be next. Gives me a few seconds to quickly thank Hans, who was so kind to donate 5 AMS live memberships. Thank you so much for that, Hans. Really appreciate it. Very generous. Thank you so much. And welcome to all new AMS Live members of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Jean-Yves has to go already. Too bad, Jean-Yves. Au revoir, mon ami. If you are not able to stick around for the A380 and the Orange Pride. I will timestamp the departures when I'm done. Okay, so apparently this one still had to go first. Now, focus on the business at hand. We're waiting for, well, looks like another 737 is lining up on 18 left. What's going on now? All right. Flight radar seems to have died on me. Let me reopen all the windows, chat. There we go. Now, I'm not seeing any Orange Pride or A380 anymore on flight radar. Airplanes coming and going, so let me just visually stick around for it. Is that the Orange Pride? I think it is. There we go. PHBVA, 15 years old. That is something I know from by heart, but otherwise I have to A380 now seems to be back on the flight radar map. Nice cloudy backdrop. Alright, the waiting now is for the number 10 most followed airplane on flight radar, Emirates Flight 148, followed by 344 people. The daily Emirates A380 back to Dubai. It is a standard livery version, A380-800, 8 years old, first flight March 2015. There comes the old standard livery. AMS Live members can use the updated ribbon tail livery. Here she comes. 6.5 hours of flight time on average from Dubai back to the Netherlands. I'm assuming it is about the same time going back to Dubai. advantage of this time of day is that the sun is behind us, nicely illuminating the liveries of the airplanes taking off. In the meantime, a CRJ took off from the Kaagbaan. Apartment building on wings, going back to Dubai and returning to Amsterdam tomorrow, usually around 1 p.m. and the return flights normally around 3:30 p.m. Right, Alvin has to go to bed. Enjoy the day tomorrow with the birthday of your dog. Thanks for joining again. See you soon, mate. Right, another departure. But this is more interesting. This is a Dreamliner going to San Francisco, and there is a 777 going to Vancouver behind it. These are all going to depart from this runway. The airplane going to Vancouver, the tail visible, coming from left to right. There she is, 777-300. First, United Airlines Flight 969 going to San Francisco, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, 7 years old, first flight June 2016. Right. It is facing us nicely. Okay, I can see more lights going on. Now it is spooling up, coming our way, and in the meantime I can see that Paul celebrates 3 months of membership. Paul, thank you so much for your ongoing support and congratulations. Here's to many more, hopefully. Here it comes. United Flight 969 going to San Francisco, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, 7 years old, first flight June 2016. And indeed, Arjan, nice airport with parallel runways. Also some nice videos on YouTube from people on board planes that are landing parallel on San Francisco. Really awesome to see. Also the parallel departures. Spectacular. They do go simultaneously. They're not too far in between. Right, next up, 777-300 ER going to Vancouver, Canada, KLM flight 681. This airplane is 12 years old. Its first flight was in January 2011. Right, next up I need to Embraer 195 going to Dublin. In the meantime, I see a very generous super chat from Reza. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate it. And welcome to all who tuned in just now. We're standing at the end of the Kaagbaan, runway 2406. In use as runway 24 today for departures. The next airplane coming up is an E2 Embraer 195 going to Dublin, Ireland, KLM flight 937. This airplane is relatively new, it is 1 year old. First flight October 2021. Right, the next airplane lining up in the distance. And Arjan, thank you so much for that super chat, very generous, and thank you. Early birthday present for you next Monday, isn't it? Indeed it is. I am turning 41 this Monday. KLM Cargo 767 also active, or has become active on the platform going to Frankfurt, so that is a bit of a pity because that means it's probably going to 18 left. Of course I hope we're wrong. This is KLM flight 1477, Boeing 737-900 going to Glasgow. Still a few birds in the water in the distance, same as before. Looks like a coot, not sure what that is in the background. Now over here in the water all is quiet. Did see a couple of coots earlier, not anymore. Also, I haven't seen the bird controllers that much, it has to be said. I am seeing a nice bluebird that apparently just landed and is on its way back to the parking. Now, hard to see, but behind the fence, KLM Cargo Boeing 767-300 has been pushed back. Destination is Frankfurt. So I'm not sure we're going to see it, since the other runway is also being used right now. This would probably be an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1203 going to Stavanger. 6-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. Right. Interesting lighting. Over here the sun is shining, but the 747 in the shade of one of the few clouds makes for interesting lighting. But the sun appears to be coming out again already over there. Haley said, goedemiddag. Thanks for the kind words, Joshua. Steve J, good afternoon, mate. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Welcome to all other viewers who have joined in the meantime. We are over here at the Kaagbaan for departures. Right now a few with destinations not to the west are lining up or taxiing to the runway that is also open. 18 left, 777 to Beijing. Also an A320neo to Ibiza. Now, if I'm not mistaken, around this time we should again expect single runway usage. But the runway changes today were a bit later than normal. Dual runway usage was expected to be from, what was it again? 3 to 4, I think. They did open up the center runway around 3:30, just in time for the A380 and the Orange Pride to take off from that runway. I think it is an hour now since that happened, so I am expecting it won't take too long before 18 left closes again. Now, in the meantime, number 175. It looks like, not sure what's going on with flight radar. NA. It is a bit vague. Now, it also looks like the KLM Cargo 767 is on the move. Oh no, ground speed still 0. Still carefully, silently wishing, hoping it will take off from runway 24. We'll find out. Alright. Okay, this is a Boeing 737-800. Not an Embraer. All of a sudden a few more labels appeared on flight radar. This is KLM flight 1289 going to Edinburgh. It is a 737-800 that is 22 years old. Its first flight was in September 2000. Now, first time I'm seeing a vehicle over here that is yellow, but it isn't a bird control vehicle. It's an A1 vehicle, whatever that may be. Now, in the meantime, as suspected, the KLM Cargo 767 has crossed the runway and is continuing north. In the meantime, an Embraer 190 is coming our way. Although it doesn't say where it's going to on flight radar. If I click on it. Not sure what's going on with flight radar today. Not sure if you guys are experiencing the same. Labels appearing and disappearing randomly this afternoon. Triple 7 to Beijing. Hey there Guy, good afternoon. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Right, let's have a look. KLM Cargo nearing the threshold of 18 left. And indeed, fly 1 going to Chisi now has come alive on the platform. TUI Dreamliner to Gran Canaria also alive on the platform. Let me have a look. At the expected runway usage. When is 18 left expected to close again? Oh, okay. Dual runways from 4 p.m. until 5:40. So that means that the other runway is not going to close very soon. KLM Cargo 767 is now close to the runway threshold of 18 left. And the Qatar Special probably also going to 18 left, as it is going to the Middle East, so that is the runway of choice then. The KLM Cargo 767. Is it moving? And now it has vanished again on my flight radar screen. Qatar to Doha also seems to be moving, as is that A320. pay too much attention to flight radar on your phone and you miss airplanes taking off in the distance. Now that 777 to Doha and that A320 to Chisinau will probably also go to 18 left. Still the same picture at the north side of the cargo platform. One airplane on the move. E2 Embraer 195 possibly, or is it the 737? Oh, now not sure what is going on with flight radar. Hopefully you guys are having more stable flight radar today. I see airplanes moving and disappearing and reappearing again. Looks like both the Qatar and the Fly 1 are moving to the threshold of 18 left. And thank you, Stuart, for subscribing. Glad you're enjoying. Hope everybody is. It is a bit quiet right now. Looks like an E2 Embraer 195 going to Belfast. KLM flight 947, 2-year-old airplane. First flight April 2021. Hey there, Harry. Good morning, mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. More activity over here. There is movement further down the line. Now let me have a look. Not seeing the Qatar lined up yet or the Fly 1 A320. Right, next up is an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1209 going to Kristiansand, 6-year-old airplane. First flight February 2017. Curious to see what the wind is doing. Oh, looks like a lot of airplanes are going to 18 left. Let's see if I have some time to copy paste the newest meter into the ticker. See what the wind is doing. I do get the feeling it has picked up a little bit. Yes, the wind has increased to 18 knots right now. Right. Here's the Qatar triple in the World Cup special livery. Qatar returning to Doha. This is a 777-300 ER, 11 years old. Its first flight was in July 2012. In the meantime, a KLM 737-800 to Newcastle. This is the Fly 1 A320 to Chichi now. Definitely an airplane you don't see every day. Pity that it is from far away that we are seeing it today. Nice backdrop with the clouds. That is the upshot. Also, during this time of day, the lighting is great because when the sun is out and standing right of me, it is beautifully illuminating the livery. Now, one airplane that is likely to come this way and has been pushed back right now on the south side of the cargo platform is a DHL A300. Hard to see a little bit behind the fence, but it is going to London Heathrow, so it is very likely to come this way. Hey there, Andy Abs. Good afternoon, mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. On the move right now, Boeing 737-700 NA. It is a strange day for flight radar. Acting up, not sure where it is going to. It does say that the airplane is 12 years old, first flight February 2011. But other than that, I have no information, strangely enough. lighting conditions do get a little bit more challenging with the sun now directly shining in my face. Is it moving already? It has gone. Flight radar no longer showing it. Am I the only one experiencing hiccups with flight radar? Are you guys having this same issue as well? Airplanes appearing and disappearing seemingly randomly on flight radar. I know for a fact that there's a DHL A300 standing there, but now, if the data of flight radar is correct, this should be KLM flight 1243 going to Paris Charles de Gaulle, Boeing 737-800. Paris Charles de Gaulle, approximately 45 minutes of flying from Amsterdam. 23-year-old airplane, first flight August 2000. Okay, you guys are having the same issues with flight radar. Good to know that it isn't just me. Bad that flight radar is having hiccups though, but we're all in it together then, I suppose. Exodus of narrow bodies from 18 left. E2 Embraer 195 going to Munich. KLM flight 1797. 2-year-old airplane, first flight January 2021. Now also an Embraer 175 leaving from the Kaagbaan. Where to? It doesn't say. It should be the PHEXN, and that is 6 years old, and its first flight was in May 2017. Workaround, keeping my head to the ground as much as possible, looking over my glasses but under the protection of the hood of my cap so that I can still look on my camera screen even though the sun is shining directly in my face otherwise. Now, coming up next, the first banana. Also an emoji for the members, the DHL banana. Indeed, Nard already found it. Airbus A380-600, this one going to London Heathrow. Flight 6731, DHL Cargo. 21-year-old airplane. This airplane's first flight was in May of the year 2002. An Airbus A380-600 freighter. And what do you know, the bird controllers are here after all. I think it is the first time since I've been here that today I should say that I'm seeing them. Going bananas, here she comes. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Things do seem to get a bit more busy. A330 just took off. Is that a bird? Huh. Thought I saw a bird probably in the foreground. Right, another Embraer 190 going to Gothenburg. Next up is an EasyJet A320 going to Manchester, flight 27546. It is an A320-200, 11 years old, first flight February 2012. Next up, an Embraer 190 going to Gdansk in Poland. KLM flight 1921. This airplane 9 years old, first flight November 2013. Alright, let's have a look. A couple of airplanes are now taking off from 18 left. Are we seeing any activity over here? Doesn't seem to be the case. Still the same big picture in terms of activity over on the north side of the cargo platform. There's an Airbus A321 going to London Heathrow that is active on flight radar, but it still looks to be at the gate. EasyJet A319 to Manchester seems to be coming this way. Is that an airplane coming to us? Hard to see. Doesn't show on flight radar. But then again, a lot is not showing on flight radar. There is an Embraer 190 on runway 18 left now, going to Montpellier, and after that it looks like a 777 to Hong Kong from KLM will take off from 18 left. And there's the airplane going to Montpellier. Looks like there's also an A320neo to Palma de Mallorca lining up on 18 left before the 777 will take off. Here's our EasyJet to Manchester. And is that the Speedbird A321 to, yeah, the A321 to London. Now I'm not seeing the Embraer. That is strange. And that would be the A320neo preceding the 777 to Hong Kong, which will follow after this airplane. Full as well. In the meantime, Airbus A319 coming our way, EasyJet to Manchester, 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. And in the meantime, the 222 to Hong Kong has just taken off from 18 left. Hey there, Graham. Doing well, thank you for asking. So far the weekend has been wonderful. We did have a little bit of rain this morning, but otherwise it cleared up and it was beautiful weather has been since. A321neo going to London Heathrow. Was getting a little busy there with 2 runways and constant departures. Again, another departure from 18 left. Not sure where this is going to. Become a little bit more tricky to follow the airplanes properly with the wind. Embraer 175 going to Bristol. KLM flight 1053. Big flight of birds over here. Just passed in the foreground, you guys. I thought I should show you guys. Hopefully you guys can see it. Now landing in the field right here. Standing a bit awkwardly right now. Totally turned around in the wrong direction. Did hear an explosive just now. Looks like the flight, the bird controller is doing something to control the birds. Although I cannot see where the vehicle is. Hey there, me checking in from the UK, watching stream with my daughter, checking flight radar as well. Well, it is a useful combination if flight radar isn't having any hiccups, but today it seems they are having some hiccups with vanishing flights and reappearing flights. Next up is an Embraer 190, KLM flight 1549, Embraer 190 going to Leeds. She is 14 years old, first flight June 2009. Indeed, Peter, there is a Perseid meteor shower tonight, I think with up to 1 meteor per minute visible. Well, and another departure from the Oostbaan. Runway 22. Used by biz jets such as these when the wind is blowing from the west or southwest, such as today. No issues. Your daughter has full control. Very good, very good. Transavia taking off in the background. We're waiting for the Embraer 190 to get the go-ahead, but it looks like it is moving. Again, rapid fire. The next airplane already airborne. 737-800 going to Copenhagen, flight 1133. 23-year-old airplane. First flight July 2000. K3 is nearby. Here we go. One of the Raptor Rangers or Ranger Raptors. Right, next up KLM flight 1149, Embraer 175 going to Oslo. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight May 2016. Alright, Wilma, see you later, alligator. Thanks for joining, have a nice evening. Hey Frank, goedemiddag. Hope all is well. Next up, privilege style flying for KLM, Airbus A321 flying as KLM flight 1347 going to Billund. The airplane is 14 years old, its first flight was in September 2008. Hey Remco, goedemiddag. Weer een beetje geacclimatiseerd. So beautiful weather over here. Temperature nice and moderate, but definitely windy. In case you guys hadn't noticed, makes controlling the camera quite difficult at times. Let's see. Now, there is a big bird underway going to Toronto, 7879 Dreamliner from KLM. Definitely want to come to this runway. Also, if the runway usage predictions are correct, we should see the closure of runway 18 left soon. As in within 30 minutes. Looks like there is an airplane coming already. Icelandair. Now, I'm not seeing it on flight radar. Not sure if you guys are. Yeah, if you go abroad, Remco, particularly outside of Europe, it's easy to get used to lower prices, and then coming back is like a rude awakening. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there was also supposed to be a 747 taking off. I think it was scheduled somewhere between 5 and 6. Don't recall from memory which one it was. Would be nice to see another Queen take off. Alright, so the Icelandair does seem to be coming this way. Look from over here, it looked like it was taking a little detour or something. Now in the meantime, I think that is the Dreamliner we're going to see next. What is this? Is this inbound or outbound? Right, this one is already ready. Icelandair going back to Reykjavik. It is a 737 MAX 8. 5 years old already. First flight March 2018. Beautiful machine against a blue backdrop. There are still some clouds here and there, but most of the clouds are further to the east, southeast. This is more looking to the south. This is more looking to the west. This is looking to the north. Right. So we had to wait for a while, but there is another big bird coming our way. KLM flight 695, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner going back to Canada and Toronto, I should say. The airplane is 7 years old. Its first flight was in March 2016. You can already see how the wings elevate. as it gains speed and the wings gain lift, and now the curvature forms. Always so lovely to see. I think there is a good audible, but I'm not seeing it. What I do see is that K3 has its lights on. Ooh, was that a duck or was that a coot flying away? Well, we'll never know, I guess. I think there is a runway inspection going on. This is something we also see on the Polderbaan. Before they close another runway, they check the runway they are going to leave open. So this might be a sign that 18 left will close after this check has been done, in favor of all outbound traffic taking off from runway 24. Hey Rini, goedemiddag. Also hearing birds over there somewhere. I'm not seeing them. They're probably hiding in the grass. There is some movement in the water over there. Once again, I think it is a coot. Yeah, I can see the white stripe even on my 3-inch camera screen. Those look like... are they coots as well? Quick peek on my laptop screen says looks like coots. Rini asks if this is the Polderbaan. No, it is the Kaagbaan, runway 24. Russell Crowe has come this way. Don't see his bros yet, but he does seem... oh, no. Thought he was having a spot of lunch, but he seems to be grazing. As is this coot. What's he eating? Was that a fish? Roadhog has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Roadhog. See you again soon, mate. Now there is still traffic going to the threshold of 18 left. A320 to Istanbul. Not sure where the flight destined for Berlin is going. Indeed, Seth Aviation. That's the upshot of Schiphol. When you're standing next to whatever runway, there are always moats or canals, whatever you would want to call them, and there's always a few birds here or there. Well, somewhat hidden from view is a grebe. And it has a little one, a young one, in a zebra livery, making the noise you're hearing. Now, from experience with earlier young grebes, this probably means it's hungry, so mom or dad will probably go catch a fish sooner or later for it. Here's a nice video I have of a baby grebe whose mom or dad brought him or her a small fish which it swallowed whole. If you want to see it, look at the videos tab on my YouTube channel. It was such a big fish, for a moment I was afraid it was going to choke on it, but it swallowed it whole. It was really nice to see. Right. Also some movement further up. Airplanes coming our way. Nothing is lined up yet. Ooh, and the grebes are better visible. The baby grebe and the mama. This is where the camera has difficulty focusing, keeping the focus on it. It focuses on the grass in the foreground. Now, too bad that they forgot to cut the water side. Let's see, something in the Sky Team livery taking to the air. 737. Now, interestingly, big birds are coming this way. A Dreamliner 10 to New York JFK, and also there is a 777 to Atlanta that is live on flight radar. There are a couple of planes waiting over here. I'm curious to see how long it will take before all traffic will be coming to this runway once again. Now there's also a coot making noise. So all the chirping you hear and also some action over here. Right, this is KLM flight 1079, Boeing 737-800 going to Manchester. This airplane 23 years old. First flight April 2000. E2 Embraer 195 going to Hamburg will be next. KLM flight 1783. 1-year-old airplane, first flight May 2022. Alright, time for a 787-10 Dreamliner to New York JFK KLM flight 643. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight August 2020. Right. Still several airplanes are lining up at runway 18 left. A319, Embraer 175 and an Embraer 190. A319 just took to the skies. Going to Olbia. And we can all see this is EasyJet. let's see. In the meantime, this airplane has been pushed back, going to Shanghai. The question is, will it take off from this runway or not? I think it might, because it is a Chinese carrier. Going back to China will mean it's going to fly over Siberia, and to get there from over here you have to fly to the northeast, and they more often do that from runway 24 than from 18 left. So I think this one, as Landing Slowly was also saying, is probably going to take off from this runway. In the distance there is an E2 Embraer 195 going to Palma de Mallorca, which is also getting closer by. Hey, and that is a TUI Global X melting pot livery. No, wait, old school Vueling, sorry. I need a cup of coffee, I think. Or a drink. The E2 will be lining up and taking off next. That's the Vueling. So, by the looks of it, the engines still have to start. The flaps are not yet in the takeoff configuration. And that is a very good suggestion, Nard. It is nice weather to have a nice cold Weizen beer or something. Absolutely. Particularly after having been in the sun all afternoon. Right. So in the foreground there is an E2 Embraer 195 going to Palma de Mallorca. In the background there is an Embraer 190 going to Budapest. Hey Aphrodite, back again, welcome back, good to see you. This is KLM flight 1667 going to Palma de Mallorca. E2 Embraer 195, 1 year old, first flight, March 2022. It is coming already. Man, are they quiet airplanes. Yeah, sure they make noise, but compared with other airplanes, really amazingly quiet. Same goes for the A220. Engines have been started, it is on the move, the flaps are in the takeoff configuration. Curious to see, I think it is going to take off from this runway, but let's not jinx it. Are those chocolate cakes? I think they are. Or are they? Let me have a look on the laptop. think those are chocolate cakes. And after the E2 Embraer 195 comes a regular Embraer 190. And there are no clouds there, but that is the location of the sun. It is following a path really close to where the sun is in the sky right now, so there is a temporary moment where you cannot see it, just because that bright ball of light is there. Right, KLM 737-800 going to Malaga. KLM flight 1041. Airplane is 10 years old. First flight May 2013. Landing slowly is bringing us good news, confirming that the China Cargo 777 will take off from our runway. There she is. That would be a very welcome takeoff. Hey there Tina, good afternoon. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Little Embraer 190, our chocolate cake livery airplane, the DAPRI going to Frankfurt, flying for KLM, German Airways, Embraer 190, 15 years old, first flight January 2008, flying as KLM flight 1771. Oh. Chocolate. This one coming almost directly over me, 19 degrees in the zenith. Happy to see that the camera and the tripod were able to make that move, kept it in the field of view. The gymnastics I have to do when I'm standing over here to follow the airplanes from this position. Maybe in the future I will need a second tripod and a second camera so that I can also do a behind the scenes stream simultaneously, so that you guys can see the acrobatics I'm sometimes performing, particularly when standing here for departures. Arrivals is not so difficult, well, particularly from over here, the small airplanes already quite high in the sky. Anyway, here she is, ladies and gentlemen. We saw her taxi this way after having been pushed back. China Cargo Airlines, flight 206 going to Shanghai. It is a 777 freighter, 13 years old, first flight January 2010. Right, lights are on. Showtime. Next up, Royal Air Maroc, flight 851, going to Casablanca, Boeing 737-800, 11 years old, first flight November 2011. Has to wait a little bit for the wake turbulence to dissipate, but it will get the green light soon enough. Gives me a moment to thank Aphrodite for her super sticker. A smiling face with hard eyes. Definitely. Thank you so much. Hey, Eddie Boss. Back again. Good evening, mate. Hope you saw the departure of that A380 777 just now. The next airplane already underway, Boeing 737-700 going to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1031. 13-year-old airplane, first flight January 2010. Alright. Aphrodite confirming that indeed now this is once again the only runway in use for departures. And the next airplane coming this way is another 737 KLM flight. Where is it? (16777) going to Lisbon. 737-800. Also, what I saw both in real life and on flight radar was that the Emirates 777 that was parked next to the airplane we saw just now has been pushed back. In fact, is taxiing, also visible in the distance. Hey, has that been pushed? Has that been, is it getting towed back to the gate? What's going on? That is probably getting towed from one of the maintenance hangars back to wherever. Where is it? Not seeing this airplane on flight radar. E2 Embraer 195 to Florence is the next airplane. KLM flight 1645. This airplane is 1 year old, first flight October 2021. Not sure what's the hold up, but the triple from Emirates in the meantime on the move. Lights seem to have gone on. So the E2 Embraer will probably... okay. The answer flies right of me. There was another bizjet that took off. I missed it. But there was indeed Aphrodite. You need to have 4 sets of eyes to see everything going on here. Birds, bizjets, 2 runways. Luckily now just one. The jet. This works better, hiding my face behind my phone, which is behind my camera. Now, oddly enough, if you guys look around, not a single contrail to be seen. I kept looking here and there, but I haven't seen a single one. Not a lot of humidity in the upper atmospheres, apparently. Right, so next up is Pegasus A321neo flight 1254 going to Istanbul. A321neo that is 1 year old. First flight of this airplane was in July 2022. Another Embraer 175 from KLM flight 1847 going to Vienna. She is 5 years old. First flight was in October 2017. And a correndon Airlines 737 behind it, which is expected to go to Rhodos. After that, the triple we saw just now, the Emirates Sky Cargo. In the meantime, the 747 we saw earlier is also coming this way. So hopefully it will get parked right in front of us, well, relatively in front of us. The sun is now really in my face when I'm turning the camera this way. Sometimes lose sight of the camera screen. It is standing low below above the horizon right now. Hey, Jean-Yves, still here, absolutely. Now, oh yeah, I do see the little tow truck. I was wondering, was it taxiing on its own, but it wasn't. Already moving. Emirates Sky Cargo flight 9915 going to Zaragoza. 777 freighter. Not very heavily loaded by the looks of it. 8 years old, first flight October 2014. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to stick around until the 777 to Atlanta has taken off. After that, I'm going to call it a day. Her Majesty Martinair Cargo. Absolutely a nice Kodak moment. The next airplane underway. There it is. Bit smaller. E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1621 going to Milan. Brand new airplane, first flight January this year. Yorkshire Kite, thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, mate. See you soon. Next airplane already underway, Transavia flight 6887 going to Reykjavik, 737-800, 8 years old, first flight April 2015. Right, last two airplanes. The penultimate airplane on the move already. German Airways flying for KLM Embraer 190 under the moniker KLM flight 1875 going to Stuttgart in Germany. This Embraer is 14 years old, first flight January 2009. Hey Ricardo, fijne avond, fijn weekend, tot gauw. Right, last plane of the day, KLM flight 621 777-300 ER going to Atlanta, Georgia. The airplane is 15 years old, its first flight March 2008. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, this was the last airplane of the day. Thank you all so much for joining me here as the Martinair 747 goes to its parking place somewhere on the south side of the cargo parking lot next to the Kaagbaan. You've been watching AMS Live with me, boy. This was an afternoon of departures on the Kaagbaan. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys did too. Thank you all so much for joining. I'm looking to go out again tomorrow, weather permitting, in the morning. Hope to see you then. If not, maybe later. Thanks again for joining, everyone. Thanks to everybody who was so kind to donate super chats, super stickers, super likes, become a member or donate memberships or PayPal. Thank you all so much. Your support means the world to me and the channel wouldn't be anything without you. So thanks again, everybody. If it's still daytime, enjoy the rest of your Saturday. If it is night already, good night. Looking forward to seeing you again soon. Take care. Talk to you soon. I'm gonna say bye for now.